engine for holding. Your car very The first available KIE representative will be with you shortly. Mode. Effective January 1st, 1978. All clocks and industrial electromechanics operations will cease. Please contact your assigned account representative for account transfers or contract settlements. Thank you for holding. Your call is very important. The first available JIE representative will be with you shortly. This mode, effective January 1st, 1978. All parts and industrial electromechanics operations will cease. Please contact your assigned account representative for account transfers or contract settlements.
Hello, Internet people. How are you doing tonight? You doing good? I hope so. Thank you very much for being patient. I thought I had everything under control, and then I had one thing that completely tripped me up. Oh, and a raid. Well, thank you very much for bringing your folks over. There's a lot of ways that folks could spend their evening, but you chose to spend it with me, and I appreciate that very much. Thank you for enabling my bad life choices. So, Trans K, let's see if we can give you a shout out here. Shout out. Brancek. I'm so sorry for allowing that cursed emote in here. Oh, that's alright, that's alright. Oh, that's very kind of you. So, perfect timing. We're just getting things straightened out here before we get started. I apologize for being late on this. I was supposed to start at 5, but two things got in the way. The first was some of the software I use to hook up to OBS is very, very stubborn. And sometimes it takes, like, multiple attempts to, for a connection to get established. And the other was, right when I went to fire up Satisfactory, there was a very large update of around, like, a gigabyte and change. And then it had to reprocess all the Vulkan shaders before it loaded, and that has always been very slow for me. That's just, I think, a consequence of how I choose to run my computer. But I think enough waffling and dilly-dallying from me. Let's switch on over and get to brass tacks. People have been patient enough. Yeah, Satisfactory's patches have been big lately. Has there been a lot of changes and updates? Because, like, I didn't get to see the change log either. Alright, let's switch on. Oh, Jesus, not even there. Great, I didn't get that far either. Hang on. Let me find it. Let me find it. Window capture, window capture, window capture, window capture, capture, window capture. We're going to hide that in case it points to something weird. I have to be careful with that one. Sometimes if the window capture's pointed at nothing, it either puts up a bunch of garbage or a window that it shouldn't be looking at. One thing I really appreciate is they brought back the full-strength slide jump. I didn't know that there was a slide jump. But that's going to be cool to see, I suppose. All right. There it is. I'll have to see that shortly. Okay. I am right on the border of it being a little too warm for a big fuzzy house coat. Space Lizard Doggo Companion 2. Yeah, look at the little munchkin of it. Alright, now for audio. Audio does not appear to be working. How about now? I do not see it. General capture. Also, your mic dropped in volume when you switch scenes. Oh, did it? Let me adjust that. Why did it change in volume? I don't have it boosted. Did I perhaps smack the volume knob? Odd, it's set to maximum. Maybe it's the background noise. Let me find the audio capture one here. Oh man, I need to organize these better. General capture. How about now? General pipe wire capture 1. General, it is pointed to nothing. We will repoint it. There. That should do it. There it is. We're back in business, gentlemen. All right. So, one of the other things too, is it better now? Because one of the things I did is I switched scenes and then I stepped away. If not, I might poke away at that a little bit before we get started. Bit more of a volume bump. All right. We will... Oh, maybe it happened in the OS. Let me check here. Devices, USB audio, Flint is that. Okay, so they're fine in the operating system, which means it must be an OBS thing. So I'm going to manually boost it then. Where is my microphone? There's my microphone. Settings. Properties. Nope. Advanced audio properties. And we're going to take the microphone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10% boosted. How's that? One, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 15% boosted. Sounds better. Good. We'll keep it at an additional 15%. Okay. So, where were we before? So where we were before was I was just getting started figuring out the whole base, yeah, just figuring out the whole base just in general. And, trying to figure out, where to go from there. I don't have things like foundations set up yet. Why is my mouse not taking? What? Why is my mouse not being captured for movement? Is it detecting a controller, perhaps? No. Escape. Alright, let's look at... Oh man, oh man, oh man. You have a cursor without being in a UI screen. That is strange. Let's go... Let's drop back to the menu and try again. Oh boy. Oh, it's being difficult. Something is very wrong. Yeah, that happens a lot. If anyone's gonna have troubles, it's gonna be me. Uh-oh. Resume, save, load, manage session. Oh my god. It's gonna be this kind of day, is it? Alright. We'll give it a punt and start it cold. Why not? Why not? This is the kind of day we're having. Welcome to Henry Ingles' channel, where everything goes wrong and I'm just, with the calmest, mellow voice ever, watching everything collapse around me. You don't play this on Windows, right? I do not. I've been a full Linux house since 2012. I used to do kind of do a dual boot or a shared environment in like 2009, but and the Vulkan shaders are taking forever. Well, fuck. Is this gonna become a what do the VTubers call it when you just talk for no reason? I've heard the Linux version is having big problems right now. No fooling, really? Damn it. I shouldn't have updated then. A friend of mine was unable to launch his Linux version at all. No shit. Damn. Damn, damn, damn. Am I gonna have to figure out something else really quick? Well shit, what can I get running in time here? I don't wanna bail. That's what I don't want. This is like my only chance at fucking normalcy for the past 2 weeks. It would be a damn shame if I had to back out now. Alright, well, now it's at 15% processing shaders, so, I don't know, we'll probably get something to talk about here. Let's get some background music in so it's not just sounding so dreadful. Drown out some of the equipment in the back. There, nice and soothing bossa nova as everything starts to deteriorate. Oh man, I'm stuttering. Oh boy. The only thing that's keeping together right now is the cat clock, and that's the most unreliable thing on the stream. The cat gets to be smug this time. Sadly, may not be the best time to play this on Linux. Shit. Alright. Not the end of the world. We'll give it one last college try. Then we'll see if I can do a last-minute pivot to someone else. I'll get to bait and switch. Yes. I'll be a bait and switching son of a bitch. Alright, 25% processing Vulkan shaders. Is something strangling the computer? Is that what it is? Here, we'll close out Rita. I'm not editing any pictures anymore. What's the computer load like? Oh, the processor's just getting strangled right now. Oh boy. Oh, we're okay. Looks like it's... What's it doing now? Boy, am I going to be bummed. Alright, well, while that's up, the splash screen's back. The splash screen's back. Things are looking okay. What are we going to get? Is it going to be good? Are we gonna build factory shit? Is that what we're gonna do? Continue. Now I can't click at all. Alright, plan B. We have a plan B. Do not panic. I have a plan B. I keep saying don't panic, but I'm the one who's panicking. Okay. Let me just dig through my file system here. What was it called? What's the folder name? It's something stupid. Ah, there it is. And then that one, and then that one, and go. And we're going to switch to... Okay, it's not... The window's not drawn yet. I can't capture it. But it's coming. Hopefully. Oh, I'm gonna feel like such an asshole if plan B doesn't work. No, window's getting drawn. Window's getting drawn. We're good. Okay. Okay. Plan B is a go. Alright. Right. Nope, 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 nope. That one. And go. And I will make a change. I broke. Okay. Plan B. Plan B is ready. We are here. It is hit. Okay. Instead, we are doing a last-minute pivot. Again, sorry to everybody. I know folks might be excited for Satisfactory, but that is not in the cards because I, on a whim, chose to update, and now it is broken, and I have a lot of massaging and bonking to do to make it run. So, our pivot is a game called Voices of the Void, and I don't know who here has seen that, but Voices of the Void is a game about a scientist called Dr. Kell, I think is the name, and they are responsible for operating a radio telescope station in the middle of nowhere. And so your job is to keep the radio telescopes running and collect signals from space and send them to your direct report back in civilization. That's not going to work either, is it? Do I have a plan C? Wow. Oh, there it is. I do not require a plan C. I'd be so fucked. And we don't need this. Alright. But I got a little bit in this. 9 days in. So you're given very little information. And that's part of the whole experience. When you walk in blind, there's a whole bunch of things around you that happen that you have no idea what they are, and you have to learn about them yourself. Okay, mouse cursor works. So this is the main station, where you collect radio signals from space, and you record them, and you process them so they're audible, and then you send them off to your superior for like more in-depth analysis, and you get paid for it. And then your payment is what gets you things like food, so you don't die out here. But strange and spooky things happen if you're not paying attention. So speaking of which, we have no signal we're capturing right now, and since that's our big moneymaker, we should probably find one. So I think that's our first point of order, and what do you know, there's one right here. Well, sorry to disappoint anybody who wanted to play or watch someone play Satisfactory. But hopefully some kinda sorta not really spooky space stuff is up people's alley. Yeah. So it is completely... It's good that you had a backup plan. Yes, backup plan. It's one that I know loads and runs. That's but yeah, that is my backup plan. I was originally wanting to play this for the month of October, so I did know it starts and runs, and it's not distributed through Steam, it's distributed through itch, and so you're just issued a precompiled binary. So I know that it would run after whatever few weeks because nothing about it has changed. Oh, the lights were on. It's just really dark and creepy. Alright. So, you can't really see it, so maybe I'll make a quick adjustment. Oh. So I'll make a quick adjustment, but... Oh, not that one. This one. There. So there's there's like two numbers at the bottom there. F and S, that's F for food and S for sleep, I guess. If any of those get too low, it starts to affect you as... And that's about as far as I'll go with it right now, but the rest, it makes a little more sense once you see it happen. Now, technically, I don't need the wrench out anymore, because I'm not doing fancy... Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh. I don't like this. Ooh. He's a burger. That's good. I like burgers. The audio's working, right? I'm pretty sure it is. Oh boy, it's getting loud. But what does it mean? What does the dream mean? What's that? Burger. Yay, burger. Oh, I get a flashlight in my dreams. Yay! Every dream needs a flashlight. Duh. Oh. Aw. I don't know, that was a good dream. I don't get why I jumped out of bed on that one. Just burgers. I'm going back to bed. And there's a drone dropping stuff off for me. So, Trance, sorry about tickets. Oh, I got another one. Oh man. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. I don't get it. I don't understand. Okay, well, I guess just nightmares for me. So, before another nightmare comes in, Trance, I didn't get to ask, what were you playing before you streamed, raided on over? Anything cool and fun and new? Maybe played some Satisfactory on your own? 980. Okay. I think 80 is a good amount of rest. Gotta clean this place up. But I also need money. That's what I need. I also need to clean the floor. I need to do a lot in this facility. I need batteries so I can actually work in the night. I need... There's a lot in this world I need. Okay, so now that I've gone to bed, this is focused in now. All of the parabolic dishes out there, they're all pointed at the weird signal, and that's what it looks like. Object, black hole. That's not a black hole, but I mean, it's probably budget government equipment. It probably doesn't know better. 6, 7, 8, 9. There. Alright, now let's see if we can tune this in. Once we do that, we can start downloading the signal. That's how we get paid! Oh god, that was too fast. Six, 7, 8. That'll do. That's fine. Alright. So that's downloading. The, black hole. Wink, wink. Now, I'm probably getting an email that says that I failed to do a report. You have failed the report. Yes, I have failed the report. You would not believe the night I've had. Here's the task for today. You need to bring us these signals. 3 signals of level 2. And I need to... Oh, yeah, this is the other part. So maintaining these radio telescope dishes, there's a lot. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 20. There's 24 that I have to track, and I have to maintain 3 transformers. Some of these are a bitch to get to. And if I go here into the server room... Oh, I need to fix that. If I go into the server room, I can do a ping check to each receiver, and some of them shit the bed, which means I have to go out there and fix them. And so in this case, uniform is down. What was the other? What was the other one? November, Romeo, and Tango, and uniform have shit the bed. So I got 4 down, and those are like, oh, Romeo, Tango. All right, no, before I go, I gotta fix this one. Let's see, so that's 2, 3, 5, 3, 2. That one was weird. That took me a while to click what they were trying to say in that one. What they're wanting in that puzzle is to give the absolute value of the least significant digit of that addition or subtraction. And that took me a while for it to click what they were asking for. Nice, let's see. So November is there. Uniform is, oh my god. Romeo. Oh my god. Like, 4 of the worst ones. Tango? Tango? Oh my god. Well, those can just stay down, I guess. I'll take the drop in performance on the chin. That means I don't go out there and die again. Ah, yes. I keep checking in there, but I'm the one who puts stuff in there, so I don't know what to expect that in there that wasn't there before. While that's going, I'm gonna clean the windows. Latest and greatest in gaming technology. Cleaning the windows. Well, I'm glad I at least got some normalcy in my life this week. So last week I was supposed to stream, but I managed to hose my system. And, well, I wouldn't say hose my system. I specifically hosed OBS. Because I fell into what we call in the Linux world dependency hell. So I did an update, and one guy who maintains a library he wasn't negligent, but he wasn't timely on deploying his library that OBS relied on, and so it couldn't start. But it took a very long time to whittle down which one was the offender and to find a solution. And part of it was I had to sit there and think, do I wait? Like, do I find an alternative and shoehorn it in for a while, or do I wait it out? And I chose to wait it out. But that meant I missed streaming last weekend. I think there's more productive things I can do while that download's happening. Oh! Why'd I fall? Oh! I'm getting faint from no food. Food box. Keeping my place clean. Alright, alright, alright. They gave me that. Good that they gave me a spare drive. These are useful. So, yeah. Then I thought I could stream during the week, but then I got placed on a pretty big project that I couldn't... I wasn't in a position to say no to. Not that I was forced or anything, because I wasn't. But, it was pretty critical for me to do, or else, you know, people who don't deserve to get negatively affected would have gotten affected. I forgot I have one here. That's 7% downloaded. Oh, we got another one to fix. So without disclosing too terribly much, what it was, not quite well versed enough in this to talk and do it at the same time. Oh, it was. Okay. So I had a, there's some refinery way out in the sticks who's having network troubles. And one of the hardest things about their problem is by the time somebody can get out there to investigate why there's an issue, the problem has cleared up, which means nobody can identify it and nobody can track it down and fix it. So my job was to build up a... Ooh, garbage bags. Hold. And, what was I saying? So my job was to build a virtual machine that just continuously watched the network and recorded what happened, like bad things that happened. But not a lot of time to do it because, you know, when you have communication issues in a big industrial place, a big industrial facility, you're lucky if it just acts up. Ooh. Alright, let's find some way to organize this a bit better. I got tons of drives I don't need to hold. Drives. I got 19 of them. Look at how organized I am now. They all face one direction in a neat little pile. Not on the table. I guess... Guess they're not on the table. Oh, hang on. Gotta make sure they line up. There. That is 10% downloaded. That is processing nicely. Is there any more servers to fix up around here? Oh yeah, so for every server I fix, I get $5, and I can use that for food and whatnot. But what I need to do is start saving up for consumables that cost me a lot of money. So it costs me a lot of money for food. It's also costing me a lot of money for batteries, because like they want... If I ask for my employer to ship me a battery, they want $20 for it. But if I get a, what do they call it? Accumulator? Whoa. Hey, Eastern Europe style, Voices of the Void. Yes, yes. I heard there was a big update a long time ago. Well, not a long time ago. I heard there was a big update a while ago, so I decided to take a crack at it again and see what's different. I was thinking that maybe through, like, through October, I kind of play it on Saturdays. I've been assured it's spooky, and I've seen hints of it being spooky. Accumulator? Is this 0.8? Yes, it is. But fun fact, it takes 62 billion people to make a single gold bar, because a single human body has 0.2 milligrams of gold. Do whatever you want with the information. Might as well call it blood gold at that point. That is very dark, but also a fun fact. I am worth my weight in gold. At minimum, no matter how bad you feel about yourself, you can always accept that there's a little bit of value in you, no matter how worthless you think you are. Very positive. 0.8 is harder than previous versions. I struggled to make profit until day 20. Yeah, I've been struggling to get pretty much anything here. But part of this is that my sense of direction is really, really poor. So when I'm told that, like, something out in the very far outer ring, I get lost trying to find it, and then I die, which means that my downloads get stopped, or if I'm pointed at a signal, I lose it. And then I'm just, yeah, it's just miserable. Do you use the SV target command? No. What is the SV target command? SV target, set compass target. Why did I not see that? It just points straight at, okay, well, SV target uniform. Well, shit. It points your compass to where you ask it to point. Well, that makes my life a lot easier. Thank you. So while that's downloading, my hunger should be okay. You can also target transformers. Wow, that makes my... Red points the way. Oh, red points it. Okay. Oop, and that processing is done. That is... Okay, so we'll do another round. I thought it would be blue. I thought so too. I thought it was, blue was the business end. Wait, did they say level 2 or level 3? They want 3 signals of level 2. Okay. Since blue is north. Yeah, that's what I would have thought too. Alright, there we go. So we have that hooked up for when that's finished downloading. So let's go fix up uniform. Uniform. So I will need to reset the compass. And somewhere out there, I've lost my ATV, so I'm just gonna hoof it. So, what good mischief has everyone gotten into? I was talking about... Yes, so for me, part of why I wasn't able to stream during the week when I thought I could was I got assigned to build a VM for a remote facility, and they didn't really give me a lot of time, and it was quite it was surprisingly a lot of work to do, because it wasn't just me building, like, a VM to place on a hypervisor they owned to just monitor. I also... This was one of the first that we ever deployed for a facility, so we had to document how do you use it, and I had to document how do I... like, how did I build it, and then make a golden image out of it, and generalize it, and then document what we did, and yeah, it was a lot. I think the command is SV target vehicle. Oh, okay, I'll take a look at that once I'm back. But let's go fix uniform. And for some reason, I get very hurt in the slightest of stumbles. This guy, like, dies getting his hose stubbed. There it is. Yep. That's exactly it. You can try it at the terminal at uniform if you like. Oh, that's a good idea, because yes, any terminal at any dish lets you do those commands. All right. There we go. I think I need to do hash uniform. No, sv.hash uniform. Cannot access to the satellite. Did it shit the bed again? SV ping. Okay, so November, Romeo, and Tango. So we'll go to November next. Oh. And because the command is shared across all of them, that's how I'm going to reference that. Okay, uniform. Oh, right. I need to point at November. I might do that first, I think. SV target November. Yeah, SV target, right? Yeah. God, that does bring me joy, because that was one of my biggest struggles when I played before. Actually, I should have an MRE. There. It's one of these things where, like, I've been a sysadmin for a very long time, so... But I've never done something that was that mission critical before, and yes, like, I've been a sysadmin for a company before, and we have our own mission critical firm, but it means something different when the biggest impact you'd ever have is, like, a payroll problem and not, you know, someone getting hurt. So I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous about what I deploy. Did you use the SD call all command? Cal all. Oh, to recalibrate? No, I've never called to recalibrate, because it was to my understanding all the receivers needed to be on and running properly in order to call that. Like, in order for that to work. So I've just not done it. It's good to do it when possible. I did notice, like, in the getting started, like, tutorial, they did say to call it because it helps with errors, but what those errors were, I didn't quite click. It stops when you hit a dish that's down. Ah. But Foxtrot is down, for example. Then do SD cal golf and it will resume. And then after that, you only need to calibrate the ones that were down. Oh, I see. Well, I'm gonna get all of these done now that I have the ability to target. The more uncalibrated the dishes are, the slower the download. Ooh, so I should call that. Alright, that, and 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 What does that weird something mean? I've seen that before. You can solve these faster by using the numpad. If you beat your records, you get credits. Oh, I see. Well, I'm glad I got a numpad. So it's funny. One of my stupid purchases was, okay. So I got a story. Okay, SB hash. November. Right, but now, shit. Okay, I don't know what the other two are, and I don't think I have something to write that down with. Do I have paper? Damn it, I didn't bring paper. Nope, notepad. Uh-oh. Did something happen? I don't get it. I can't pull up the menu. Try turning on the light. I have no controls. Oh boy. Something spooky's gonna happen, isn't it? This is odd. Oh, this is odd. I've got a hunch that what happened was... unless the game cratered. That is a possibility. Sudo the message. Ah, typo. Scheduler, RT throttling, X input issue, that's fine. UC logic error, that's fine. Complaining about a bad hit, that's fine, because I unplugged a drawing tablet for the wrench. Yeah, I did, at the last minute, I took a picture of that wrench and imported it and whatnot, so it's complaining I unplugged my drawing pad. Yeah, I don't see anything here that indicates a problem. Tab, escape, AC, 2Y, escape. Can't seem to click anything. God, that's annoying. I just can't win today, can I? An event happened and the game crashed, I think. I think so. I think it froze up. Okay. I'm not gonna lie, this is, yeah, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't flustered. Couldn't load the asset. I imagine that's what it is. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't flustered right now, because this was my plan. This was my plan B. I might, if it's gonna behave like this, then I might be inclined to protect everyone's time and, raid on over to somebody whose head's screwed on a little straighter. Okay. We'll back out. We'll start her cold. Okay, here's what else I'm gonna do. I'm gonna call this from a terminal. Actions. So I got a little script to launch this game. So I'm gonna pull it up onto the side. That way, I can see if something really went wrong. I have another bit of advice for this game. Carry chocolate with you. There's one in the refrigerator. I ate the chocolate when I starved to death. I ate it all, the chocolate. The chocolate contains caffeine. Yeah, I ate the chocolate. If you have spare credits, I would purchase one or two to carry with you for emergencies. My emergency placate of chocolate. So you don't get, so you don't fall asleep out in the field, right? Alright. I'll try this again. And I've got a live printout of wine on the side, so we'll see if something goes very wrong. You know what I think happened? I think because I had my inventory out during an event, maybe I caused a crash. That's what I think happened. Eight. Hey, look at that, the number pad. Oh yeah, so I was talking about, actually, I should look at the transformers. TR check. Oh, that's why. TR2 is about... Yeah, okay. I think I know what happened. I'm sure there's like an event or something for when you're completely in the dark. I have yet another bit of advice. When you have a sheet of paper, there's a button on the right side of the screen for the template of the report. No fooling. Target TR2. It will autofill what satellites you need. So it negates the need to remember what dishes you need to go to. Server not found. Okay, so I can't seem to... So TR target TR2 didn't work. Oh, TR underscore 2. Okay. Oh, it is underscore. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Okay, so that's probably what happened was I went to that satellite, I had the menu up, and then the power went out, and I don't know, maybe there's an event when you're... No, I lost my download. Boy. Son of a bitch. And I lost my processing. Okay, we're gonna point this and we're gonna download it. Then we're gonna start downloading. Then we will go fix the transformer. Then we'll do the report. Okay, straight down. Right, so then, where was I going with this? Oh yes, number pad. I made a really stupid life choice. But fortunately, it didn't cost a lot of money, so I'm not too mad at myself for it. I used to be a fella who didn't really, like, care what I had for, like, an HID for my computer. Until I started getting, like, stress injuries and whatnot. Then I learned to invest in your HIDs. So, get good keyboards and good mice that, like, fit your usage style and, like, your needs, or if you have disabilities to... Like, of course, you would need special HIDs. Which means I fell down the rabbit hole of mechanical keyboards. And, out of everyone, it was, one that really piqued my interest was 8BitDo, so the company that makes you know, controllers and whatnot. Well, they advertised a retro keyboard, and I'm like, oh, well, that's cute. And then they said, well, it's fully mechanical. It's like, yeah, and that's cool. And they're like, and it's Bluetooth. Like, that's cool. And it's 2.4 gigahertz on its own custom receiver. I'm like, that's cool. And then they said, and it's USB. And I'm like, okay, that's really cool. Like, and it has a runtime of like 3 weeks on battery. I'm like, that's really cool. And then they said, and it's got no number pad. And I'm like, oh, you just lost me. Then, a month later, they said, oh yeah, so our styles are NES style and SNES style. And I'm like, and Famicom style. And I'm like, styling, like aesthetics. I'm like, it doesn't really interest me much. Then they announced 3 weeks later, oh, we have a Commodore 64 one. I'm like, I don't need it. I don't need it. And then they went, and we have an add-on, which is a number pad. I'm like, okay, I need it. It'd be nice if there was one modeled after the IBM Model M. They do. That's their latest released one, is a Model M. And so the other thing that's cool about it is, instead of giving you like a macro pad, what they do is they took some headphone jacks on the back. So they put headphone jacks on the back and they just wired them to just some electrical contact. And so you can make your own panel, like your own macro panel. And each socket on the back, each plug on the back is one button. And they give you, admittedly, they give you four. No, wait. Each port gives you 2 buttons, and they give you four sockets. So you can have eight macro buttons. They for the Commodore one, they gave a joystick, just a 4-directional joystick. Granted, I didn't use it, but it's a very novel idea. Gotta be here somewhere. Come on. Okay. We'll tune this in, and then we'll go fix that transformer before we get a power outage. And it's not expensive either. Although the Commodore keyboard was the first one I used, I wasn't attached to it as much as my second keyboard, which was the IBM Model M. Like, okay, and I agree. I was raised on not a Model M, but I was raised on a like a clone of it. There, that'll do. Alright, let's go to that transformer before we lose power. Oh! It's an emergency snack. But I think I may need to splurge and get both of these clones you spoke about before. What was that? Oh well. Loud acorns are loud. Oh, acorns fall. But, yeah, I mean, I'd say... Here's the funny bit, too, is they're... I mean, pine thing. Oh, pine cones. Yeah, pine cone. But yeah, I mean, they're pretty good keyboards for what they are. Like, they don't have a backlight, but they're like a good mechanical keyboard on a budget. And the key switches are hot swap, so if you don't like the really loud clicky switches, you could later buy switches you like and socket them in, and you don't need to dismantle the keyboard to do so. Gatoron switches. They called them something else. They were like a pale white clicky switch or something. What was the brand name of those? 8-bit dough. So just a mashup of Nintendo and 8-bit. Oh yeah, here's where I kept slipping on the oil. Ooh. Collect. No problem. Like, they do... Yeah, they're not the greatest, but they do the job just fine. Why I like them is, if I need to, I can use them on anything. And the buttons at the macro switches on the back. I thought I'd be using them, but I don't. But one thing I wanted to know, and I just haven't had the heart to take the keyboard apart, is I want to know how the macro pads are handled. Like, what is the actual microcontroller that's used on the keyboard? Because once I know that, we can start figuring out things like, is there custom firmware to put in it? How does the keyboard know when a switch is pushed? And can you do things like if you can push multiple macro buttons down at once, can you launch a separate macro? Because what you can do... I'll look it up. Maybe somebody out there knows. Because my first thought was, if I have something like an Arduino, and I know that each... Okay, so I did a little pinout check on the macro pad. And what the macro pad is it's... oh. Pet the flesh blob. Good boy. So... I did a pinout check, and really all it is there's a left button, or they call it an A button, a B button, and a ground. And that's what they use the stereo headset, or they use a stereo, like, audio jack plug for. I'm blanking super hard on what they call that. So... if you can, or I think the more accurate thing to say is you have one ring, that ring is probably 5 volts, and then you have A and B. So if I have an Arduino and I can hook it up to A and B per port, and there's 4 ports, my first thought was, could I now have 2, 4, 6, 8... 2 to the power of 8 minus 1 total macros by pushing any combination of the 7 buttons, which I would consider bits, and then the 8th bit is an action. So then all of your macros would have the 8th button as a mandatory, so the 8th button always has to be on, and then you can choose any combination of the other 7, which gives you 2 to the power of 8 minus 1 total buttons, which means you'd have way more macros at your disposal, but I never went that far into looking it up. But that would require me to tear down the keyboard to look, and They make this thing hard to tear apart without damaging it. And it's not that they glued it, it's they put... The case is plastic, and they don't really, like... They have a little bit of a metal plate in there, but... They managed to mold this plastic in such a way that when you connect it together, it is stiff. Like, I bet you could concuss a man. I'm fairly confident you could send somebody to the hospital with one of these. But you'd have to be very angry. Alright. So, Mike, November, Romeo... Oh god, we lost a lot. So we lost Mike and Tango, so SV, target, Mike. Okay, so we're gonna point to Mike. But yes, let's review your suggestion here. You said I can tear out a piece of paper. So I have my notepad. Template, report. My life is so much better now. Thank you, that helps me immensely. Wow. My pet flesh blob is so excited he's making a mess in here. Okay, so the business end is red. Why is there a flesh blob? Is there one from the Yeah, it's the one from the Transformer. I didn't know what to do with it, so I just decided to bring it back. He's a good boy. He sits there. Keeps guard. Maybe it won't run away like my mannequins did. A whole bunch of mannequins showed up, I put them to work, and then they all just bailed. Slackers, those guys. Have you heard that joke that, I'm not walking into that one. I may be a little bit slow on the uptake, but I know better. November. Hey, November's one I gotta check. Alright. Let's get to this stupid satellite. Actually, I'm getting a little fatigued. Shit. I might not be able to get over there before I need to run back to rest. From another stream. Oh, we got people. Small world. We're seeing people who know each other. Hopefully you've heard good things about Wall of Flesh. I'm always on Voices of the Void streams. Ah. So it's bound that you're gonna see, so, and evidently so is Wall of Flesh. Oh! My patellas! Oh! Alright, back to running. So we're at November. Alright. One, 3, B, 1, E, 6, 1, A, 7. Let's see. Romeo Tango, Uniform Sierra, but I got to run back. You know, it's funny. I'm a bit of an old boy, and so I remember I get to wave my cane and pull the in back in my day. I'm a 30-something. I get to pull that card now. In my day, we had a different set where it wasn't all based on Ligma or Sugma. It would be a one-off per... Like, it would be a, what am I trying to say? Or, like, Fitma. It would be these one-off phrases. So one of them that I've done on somebody is I said, I went to HR, just in passing, and I said, hey, so, like, me and Carl, I need to have a talk about Carl. She's like, oh no, what happened? I said, well, he and I kind of got into a pretty big fight because we were trying to like lug this henway. And so I tried to grab this one part of the henway, and then he tried to grab the other one, and then he started like saying it was wrong. And then I told him, well, that's not part of where the henway is. You need to check the manual. And then he says he doesn't have the manual. And then he started telling me I don't know how henways work, and I started telling him that he doesn't know how henways work, and then he swung at me with a wrench, and she goes, what's a henway? And I look at her, and I go, it's about 5 pounds. And then she sits there and processes it for a minute. And it takes a good 5 minutes, and then she goes, you son of a bitch. HR not expecting a prank. It's a dangerous game. We're a bit slow on the uptake. Well, like, if you get it right, you can make anyone walk into one. You just have to get one that they don't understand is, you know, is a setup. So I think everybody knows Sugma and Ligma and Fitma and whatnot. So you have to come up with completely new ones. Oh, the fatigue is setting in. Human Resources doesn't expect pranks, because most times when people pull a prank, it ends up being something really harmful. But wordplay? No. No, that's not gonna get you in trouble. Unless it's, you know, sexual or inappropriate, but... What's a hen weigh? Oh, about 5 pounds. That's not gonna The only offense someone's gonna get is they feel a little dumb. I wonder how much they really weigh. That's a good question. I'd assume 5 pounds, since that's how the joke goes. But I'm sure different, like, breeds of chicken weigh different amounts. I googled it. About 5 pounds is correct. Oh, nice! Now what fell? Alright, so I got 40. I have 40 now. So I think I'm really struggling with, like, batteries so I can see in the dark. So I think that's one thing I need to get is the, what do they call it? The accumulator, and I need a charger. Or I need some other way to make money. Oh. Wow, so I lost a shit ton of satellites. That is running like an old cow. That should help. Alright, failed the task. Well, I'm not getting that one. That's, shit. That's gonna be... what was it, 1250 right now? Sorry, 1115. Yeah, not gonna. Garbage can be combined on the tool bench to make it smaller. Not the paper blob looking garbage. Then you need to buy that orange container from the store. Oh, so I've been taking each of these paper blobs, putting it in a bag, and then I stuff that into the little green bins outside. Oh, no, it's 5 minutes to quit time, and you get money. Oh. Okay, well, how am I for food? The full garbage cans. You net 1 credit each. Okay, so that's him saying I failed the report. Okay, Whiskey, Romeo, and Golf. What is the loan? Oh. No, you don't. Nope. Nope. Not having it. Yes, I have no viewers, and that's just the way I like it. Sometimes I just want to shout into the vast emptiness of space. Actually, that's not true. There's a good amount of people just sitting here vibing, and they're pretty cool for vibing. I've said it once, but I'll say it again. Lurkers, cool people. Having me on second or third monitor, also really cool. There's tons of ways people can spend their night, and they chose to spend it here. This is, however, true for my streams. A nice, cool, laid-back time, right? Like, that's... sometimes it's just, I don't know. If maybe in the future it gets to be a boatload of people, maybe it won't. I don't know, but I enjoy it here. It's a at this size, it's a completely different dynamic, right? Because once you have, if you have like 5 or 10, you can have these like strings of conversations, and it's a little more like person to person. It's like more casual. But once you get to like those really big things, it becomes like one-sided communication. And that's just not like it's different. You just have to be, I don't know. I'd feel a little sad. Okay, Papa Quebec. Like, Oh god, I'm losing a lot now. Is it Papa Quebec? No, Papa Romeo Tango quit. So I'm gonna go to Papa. If you get 200 credits, you can buy a frame, and then it's 200 credits for a graphics card. You know what? I tried to do that, and then I tried to do that, and then I died. Because then I got beat up by something, and then I tried to hide, and then it beat me up, and then I bounced around, and then I died from impact, and then I lost my progress. SV, target, Papa. Is Papa one of them? No. I think the two are unrelated. I imagine they are unrelated. But it was like my fatigue got really low. I've been beaten for mining crypto. I haven't been beaten for mining crypto in the game. I imagine that they are separate. What probably happened is I was really fatigued, and so something probably comes out and beats you up when you're really fatigued, and yeah. I usually leave that door open. Or food is below 15. Yeah, that's another one. Is you start to, like, you faint, you get faint and you fall over. Oh yeah, it is too dark out there for me to do that. Battery. Charge 0. Oh, for God's sake. Battery, drop. Charge 0. Oh. Grabbed a bunch of dead batteries. Don't know when I did that. But now I can't go out till it's daylight. That's fine. There's gotta be something else I can do. So that's 22%, so that's getting there. That's getting better. So let's take this stuff to the workbench and see if we can compact it. Actually, I got a bunch out here. I'll do this to hold the door open. I thought I was so smart. How much of that garbage does it take to compact it to something else to put in the bag? Wait, I got distracted again. One more time. Gotta focus. Shit. I was gonna buy an orange box. Box. Item box. So, I can order a box. I got the money for that. I could probably order some food. A food box. Actually, made out of meat script. Burgers are pretty good. What else? Coffee! No, I don't have money for that. Okay, so I can't get the coffee bar. But that's fine. Next time I get paid, I could do that. A meatball! Why is the meatball 500? 20, 25. You know what? Is there something that's worth 5 credits? I might as well just max it out. You know what? Cookies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pizza's 40, but I can't get the, Where's the food box? Okay, so I ordered the food box. I wanted... box. Max cart. Oh, so I can only order that by itself. Okay. Okay, so I'll order that. No, wait, I just ordered... oh, fuck. Cancel. Alright, well, I have 2 item boxes now. Where's the garage door button? Ah, there it is. Why did it close? Unbelievable. I can't see a damn thing. And I got no flashlight, because I have no battery. Oh, to hell with it. I'm gonna leave it out here till I can see. Son of a bitch, I can't see it. Alright, I'm gonna wait till there's more light. I can't do anything else. There. Can I see out here now? Well, no, but... But I am well rested. 30% downloaded. The rest of my satellite dishes have conked out. That needs repair. Okay, did any others shit the bed while I was asleep? Papa, Romeo, Tango, Uniform, Sierra. SV target Papa. Yeah, that's what I need. SV target Papa. Okay. Still too dark out. I could have ordered a battery in hindsight. But it is light enough now I can see the garage door. And open it up. There. Oh, we got another one. And bam. They keep setting them up and I keep... They keep setting them up and I keep knocking them down. Okay. We got some scrap. We've got a full computer here. I don't think you can do anything with this, can you? Like, there's no cable on the back you can grab. Yeah, so it's not like I can hook these up and use them. Alright, where is my... So I have no more food boxes. I thought I had cookies. Oh no, I got a food box. And I got cookies. Oh, it can be converted to e-waste, right? And then sold. Same with the keyboard, I bet. Do I need more? I probably need more. Oh. Grab another cookie. Oh, now what? Hold. Let's put this here for now. No blueprint. Maybe I was mistaken. Maybe it needs more pieces before it can be converted. Yeah, maybe I'll need like a screen or something. I'm sure there was like I saw a broken monitor in one of the stations, but I bet you I can grab this scrap and put it in here. Use. I don't need a screwdriver, I don't think. Metal scrap I don't need. Electronic scrap I don't need. I don't need another keyboard. Don't need rubber trash. I do want my wrench. Should keep the screwdriver. I do need a hammer. Metal chunk. Metal chunk. Metal chunk. That should do. Okay, now it's light enough outside I can go. And I've got food. I have MREs. I have a box of food. Nondescript food. I played the game for many hours, but I've yet to use the wrench or screwdriver. I haven't found, like, the actual use for them, but what I have found was it was easy to bust open some boxes. Collect, 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 collect. Alright. And we're off. I'm not looking forward to next week, though. So part of the reason I had this big crunch time for this project I was working on during the week is because I have to go to this refinery way out, like a 5-hour drive away from where the office is. And because it's so far away, I'm supposed to be there for like 2 days. And that area, it's not bad, it's just because it's a working town, it sucks. There's nothing there. The only reason people live there is to work there, which means there's nothing enjoyable about being there. Bring some good books or get some good audiobooks. That's what I ended up doing on the drive the first time I went out there. Is I just took I just queued up a bunch of like audiobooks or some podcasts or something, and then I just had to make sure I paid attention to. Yeah, Silicon Valley was an interesting show. Silicon Valley, I never really got to watch it. Admittedly, I haven't watched TV in a very, very long time. I just couldn't justify it. Alright, let's see. So that document, notepad. Whiskey, Romeo, and Golf. Okay, what was the other one? What was the next one that shit the bed? That was Romeo. Well, what do you know? I gotta go to Romeo anyway. Romeo. SV, target, Romeo. It sucks that I can't scroll. Yeah, so Romeo is the next on the list. Wasn't it written, like, wasn't the show made by, like, the same crew who, like, made Beavis and Butthead? Or am I thinking of somebody else? Mike Judge. Yeah, Mike Judge. I don't know. The thing about Mike Judge is he's funny, but like his humor doesn't land with me, but I do know it's funny, and I respect that it's comedy and that it is funny. Just I don't know. Not that his jokes are bad or anything. It's just like the style of humor doesn't click. Silicon Valley is different to his other work. Because, like, I do know it covers, like, some things about, like, how, how, like, neurodivergent people see the world, or, like, how, or there was one clip I did see about nerd sniping. How you can just completely derail a nerd by just bringing in a question that's so interesting or so obscure, so interesting or so obscure that they just, like, cease everything to answer the question or, like, investigate it. And there was, like, a clip where somebody mentioned in passing, like, just to be crude, saying, like, grabbing people's attention by jerking people off, and then they spent, like, an entire night doing the math about, like, what is the fastest way to achieve that for an entire audience in a stadium, and then going through statistics about, like, the average time to ejaculation, and, like, oh, yeah. Like, I get it, it's funny, but it's not like, yeah. Like, I get it, it's funny, and it highlights that type of, like, interest and, like, intrigue and how it manifests, like, technically. The scenario resulted in them making their compression algorithm more efficient. Oh, so there's actually, and then they utilized it somewhere else. Yeah. That does sound like that. Oh no! Ow. And it's not like I'm saying the jokes are... Yeah, you're right. It's like... You know what it sounds like, you know they're jokes, you know they're funny, but you just... Yeah. You just didn't laugh. Yeah, and it's not like the jokes are bad either. Like, I'm not at all saying that they're bad, because the jokes are good. It's just, yeah, just doesn't go. Simply your mind wasn't overwhelmed, so it didn't make you laugh. Yeah. Well, what do you know? We have a monitor. I think that's what causes laughter. Is just having your mind overwhelmed by what you just processed. I don't know if I agree with that one, but yeah, sometimes where it's like where something can take you by surprise. Like, I'm sure somebody has done, like, the science behind, like, what makes us laugh. Alright. Now, how do I drop? Notepad. There a show that made you laugh in the past? Oh, good question. When was the last time I had a good laugh? 3-8. ET5. Like, honestly, and this is... I'm... Okay, don't judge me. But one that made me laugh a lot was a really, like, weird show called Super Jail. And the main reason it made me laugh wasn't the gore or the violence or like the like bad or shocking subject matter. It was they did this thing where they would always try and like imply something or lead you to like draw a conclusion about something early and then just pull a 180 and then shame you for it. And they would do that all the time. So, like... And I just found that... Not even just, like, subversion of expectation, but, like, they would... It only worked if you always assumed the worst in people. If you didn't, then the joke doesn't work. What's the name of the show again? There was some noise in the background where I prevented me from hearing it. It's called Super Jail. And it's done in this like very surreal style. Like, alright, Tango. Is it a cartoon? Oh yes, it is a cartoon. And so it's done in this very, I wouldn't call it Fleischer style, but it very heavily like leans into not even different styles. They have this like really like strange art style, but it's very colorful, and then the main character, like the protagonist of the show, who's the warden of the jail, is always drawn in this like Fleischer style of animation. What was another one that made me laugh? I am not gonna survive if I keep going that way. What's another one? What's that smoke? There's one I think called Simon the Sorcerer. That's another one I like. But that one is just... Okay, now that I say it out loud, that one is also a subversion of expectation. And it's on YouTube. It's a bunch of little shorts. And it's about... Like, that's another one I've not seen, but I have heard of it. It's one of the... It's one that subverts expectations a lot, too. Like, the point of it is... You have this little adorable sorcerer who does everything he can to help the people around him, but every time he does, it just doesn't work out. And, like, all of the people in this fantasy land are just not at all what you would expect them to be. And that's the main premises of it. And very British in its humor. Actually, I think we've hit the 2-hour mark here, so what I would like to do is take a quick pause and have us all get up and stretch and move around. Because I've been sitting for a while, and that's not healthy, and I'd hate it if people, you know, sat for too long and got like a clot or something, because that can hit your heart or your brain, and then you die, and that makes me sad. So, don't go too far. we'll take a quick break, quick 5 or 10 minute break, and then we'll take it from there. Where is? Oh, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? How do I not have it? There it is. I accidentally collapsed it, that's why. And we'll put the hold music back up. So be sure to get up and stretch and move around and do things good for your body for a little while. Your body deserves it, and so do you. All right, thanks for being patient, everybody. Hope you got a stretch in and a nice little walkabout. I know I did, and I completely goofed up where my wrench is. Let me fix that. There. Right, and I also took the opportunity to look up the cartoon I was talking about, and I was completely off. It's Nigel and Marmalade, not Simon the Sorcerer. There we go. So that's it. Nigel and Marmalade is the cartoon I was thinking about. Oh, I gotta adjust that. Sorry. Is that a transformer over there, or is that... Oh, this is how I get hurt. Ah. This is good. Video games are fun. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, so I goofed that up. Simon the Sorcerer is an old DOS game. There's Nigel and Marmalade. That's, yeah, the cartoon. But that's actually a DOS game I've considered playing before, but I don't know. Just never got around to it. Actually, that's something I want to set up, is a DOS computer. So, actually, that is another project I need to get back to. I had gotten my hands on some broken down, paging gateway, and this paging gateway's got a 486 in it. And so what it's built for is you're supposed to either run like DOS on it, because it's like some industrial grade 486 that you run DOS on, or Windows 98, and it does your paging, like your paging information. Like, it hooks up to your telecommunications cabinet. It handles your paging if you have VoIP phones. Or you can put Linux on it, and then you can do some other... Like, there's some other paging gateway solutions in Linux, or you can use it for, like, voicemail or something. And I have one that I was told had shit the bed, but I don't really know how it did. And I did some testing on it a little bit, and it didn't run the greatest. It actually froze up a few times, so I don't know if that was that the hard drive in it was dead, or it overheated, or what. So I'm debating whether or not to continue, like, trying to repair it, putting DOS on it for like, streaming DOS games, or if I need to figure out some other solution. What is this? Settings. Let me see what the controls are for dropping something. Forward, run, crouch, jump, alt, zoom, inventory, left mouse button. Ah, it's just some decorative grass. Yeah, I'm just lugging around a big busted CRT. Actually, you know, that's funny. There was a... I say funny, but it's actually terrifying. CRTs are one of those things where I'm amazed that they had lasted as long as they had. just because of just understanding the sheer, like, the sheer risk of operating one. So I guess I'm gonna start a... Wait, where am I? This is Tango? Was Tango one of the ones I was supposed to do? No. Okay, uniform is next. Uniform. SV.target uniform. I don't think I'm doing reports today. I think my goal is to fix the satellites and calibrate them. Because I have been in a lot... Frankly, I've been in a lot of tech debt. I have done a lot of stuff that needs repair. Where was I going with this? Right. So, I don't know how old some of the viewers are, but if you're like a Zoomer or a late millennial, you've probably never seen TVs that are explicitly advertised as solid-state televisions. But I'll tell you, that's a fucking lie. Because a solid-state television has no tube tech in it. Like no triodes, no mercury rectifier tubes in it, no shit like that. There is one thing that actually is a tube, and that's the cathode ray tube. And it's got a tube socket on the back, just like any other tube, and it's completely in a well, not completely a vacuum. It is as much of a vacuum as you possibly can have in a vacuum tube, just like any other tube. And it runs at thousands of volts, just like many other tubes. Not all of them. Some of them only ran at like 100 volts or 200 volts. CRTs could run up to thousands of volts. And how these things work is they blast radiation at you, and then a bunch of phosphor on the business end, the end you're looking at, is what's blocking it and glowing. And that's how you can see the image. Which means if you crack that thing, it implodes. Which means all of the glass will converge in the middle of the tube, and then when air rushes in and it equalizes, all the shards come blasting out. And there's a particular... sorry, I'm just sipping some tea. A particular instrumentation company, I'm forgetting who it was. It might have been Tektronix. Their engineers understood that there was a safety risk. And so what they decided to do was is record what happens when their tubes are cracked. And some of it is very scary. Because, like, could you imagine just getting a bunch of glass in your eye? Okay, uniform. Was uniform one of them? No. So, uniform, Sierra. Okay, whiskey. Oh, whiskey and golf are ones I need to do. I have located Nigel and Marmalade. It is bookmarked. Freaks and Geeks is an interesting slice of life show. They only made one season. I watch it once per year. Never heard of that one before. Alright. Now, what's funny... Well, sorry, not funny, but... Actually, you know what? No. We're past the point of CRTs now. This is funny. Many CRTs in like near the end, like the end stage of like cathode ray tube technology, they used to explicitly advertise, or at minimum, place onto their, like on the tube itself if you opened it up, certified implosion proof, because of the inherent yet not very well advertised risk that a cracked tube could shatter and then implode and then shoot glass into your face. Twin Peaks is interesting as well, only 2 seasons. There's a lot of good shows I've not watched. I've not watched Twin Peaks. I've not watched Black Mirror. I was told that one's good. I don't know. On first blush, Black Mirror seems like just like an oh no, inventing is bad, learning bad, go hide in a hole because everything is bad kind of thing. And I don't know. On first blush, that's what I take away from it, and I don't like that very much. I wouldn't go so far as to call it like Old Man Yells at Cloud from what I've gleaned from it from others, but yeah. Cool. All right. Uniform is not one of them. It's a compilation of a bunch of shower thoughts I've had years ago, so I didn't find any of their ideas to be as interesting as normies found them to be. Oh, Yankee just shit the bed. Great. Great. Do I need to check Yankee? No. God, I just can't keep things running here, can I? SB, target, whiskey. SB, target. Well, I mean, these are things that people have thought of before. Like, it's not... Like, here's one that I like to bring up with people. This was... The way it was described to me was that this was a white paper presented many, many moons ago, like in the late 80s and early 90s. Actually, I better get some food in me. Okay. So, here's what the white paper described. It was not really a thought experiment, but it described a glaring oversight with compilers, especially compilers that were like communal or were just like widely accepted in general use. Because the question they posed is, what would happen if somebody compromised a compiler? To which they were dismissed because what could you possibly do to a compiler? You write your source code, you feed it into the compiler makes your program, and that's it. What could they do? Make it not run? They said, wouldn't it be noticeable if a compiler was compromised because it would just not compile your code, or it would compile it differently? If you had the same version of a compiler yesterday and today and compiled the same code, the programmer would notice because their program would not match. The binary layout wouldn't be the same, so they would know there's something wrong. And the idea they posed was, well, one, is a programmer actually looking at that, or do they just assume it to be that way because that's how it was yesterday? I better save, actually. I've busted my kneecaps too many times. And so I always save in this area too. It is so easy to fall. And so the question they posed is the programmer checking? That's the first thing. And most programmers, they're really not, because they inherently trust their compiler because they've used it in the past and they use it now. Like, how many problems actually come back to there's something wrong with the compiler? There's not really a lot. So if you were able to, it wouldn't have occurred to me to check, but I'm not experienced with coding. Like, admittedly, like, I'm trained in certain languages, but I don't really program a lot either. Admittedly, like, I've actually tried to go back and get back into it, but it's rough going. So there's a little bit more to it than just, oh no, you compromised the compiler. Because then the second question is, how do you compromise the compiler? And that's where it gets scary. Because the attack would be done through subsequent compromises. If you were to... Oh geez, I'm about to run out of energy. At the moment I like Python, I'm somewhat interested in Rust, but I do not plan to learn Rust for a while. That was the thing I tried to get back into coding with, but that's actually I have a very long, boring stream about that. Me trying to figure it out. But right, back to the compiler thing. Right, I'm distracting myself. Oh, nightfall's coming. I better just book it. I better just book it back. So yes, you can if you compromise the compiler, you can compromise what is written. And the further you compromise it, the greater the impact and the greater you can get, the bigger things you can get away with. And so what was poised was, how many times back to back do you have to compromise the compiler before you have now seized control of everything related to computing? Alright. What was that? I saw a red outline for something. No blueprint. I don't know what that is. But I think I can make something out of that. Anyway. So. The first round of compromising you could do was to just set the compiler up that anything you write has a backdoor embedded in it. The problem is, if people catch that, great, you've just thwarted any issue. But if people miss it, you can now do a second compromise. And the second compromise is, when you compile the next version of the compiler, you could write anything that, you could write, any code you write that could be built to detect it, can now just not detect it because you've written it to do so. So it kind of goes into this chain where, every subsequent I know I'm doing a bad job explaining it, but every subsequent compromise you do, if you keep it in long enough, you could write it and can execute it correctly so that all subsequent compilers write code or write bytecode from source code that has malicious things embedded in it, and that anything that could detect what you're doing will not detect it. And you know what conditions to make it. You know what conditions to check for. What am I trying to say here? Because you wrote the compromise, you know what conditions to set so that if something detects those conditions, you can just return that those conditions weren't met. And if you do this enough, you can eventually compromise anything and everything that has ever used that compiler within that time range, like since you've done the compromise. And then at that point, it's like, well, how do you suppose somebody, like, I don't know, if you could get away with that for like 5 years, maybe 10 years, what happens? What happens if somebody does catch it? Well, you inherently can't trust that compiler, and you can't trust any compilers that existed before it. So you would have to investigate which one doesn't have these things in it, and you would have to roll back all the way back to that compiler. And by doing this chain, like how far the idea was presented, how far can you go if you manage to compromise the compiler once to put in a backdoor? Could you make it so every executable compiled for a certain operating system has a rootkit? Could you make it so that when silicon is plotted to make chips, that you make a hardware level backdoor now? Could you do that if you manage to keep back to back to back to back compromising the compiler with no one noticing? So the idea posed is, if you don't secure it, how far can you go before it's too late to fix it? And I thought that was a neat thing to present. I've heard that Intel Management Engine has a backdoor as well as AMD PSP. Well, that's interesting. That's an interesting thing to bring up. So, mandated by the feds. A universal backdoor. It's not the first time the United States government has like mandated like a universal backdoor, or has tried to mandate a universal backdoor. They tried to say this with encryption, to which every person who knows anything about cryptography says no. Because if they weren't able to manage like a physical set of keys for the TSA, why the hell do you think they're going to be able to like manage or keep encryption backdoor information a secret? Because the problem is, as soon as somebody figures that out, you're hooped. There's nothing you can do to fix it. I don't want to sleep. I can sense something. Oh no. That is, that makes me sad. I think I want to barricade myself. Look at the sky to make it go away. What does that mean? Why would I look at the sky? Could be a jump scare waiting in the garage. You know, I got shit kicked in the garage. So what happened was I submitted a report, and then I submitted a bunch of a bunch of recordings, and that got me 200 some dollars. And then I went and bought a frame, and then I went to go set it up, and something beat the shit out of me, and then I died. Or what I actually tried to do is I tried to hide under the bed, and then it beat the shit out of me from under the bed, and then I started clipping into the bed, and then that just acted like back to back to back to back falling, and then I just died. And then I lost that night, and then we were near quitting time anyway, so I chose to wrap it up. So yeah, it's one of those, I wouldn't say it's a tough thing to navigate, but it's an interesting thing to navigate. How can you present these types of like really scary kinds of threats or dangers in a way that doesn't make people panic and just makes them think, you know, we should get on that. Like, if something invisible comes to beat me up, I just let it. Then I go to the kitchen to get something to drink. Can I... Oh, I have a cup. Can I drink water? I got a cup from the trash. While it plays out. I mean, in real life. Oh. I don't know. If something beat the shit out of me, I don't know what I would do. I really don't. Honestly, I would just try talking. I would try and talk my way out of it. I have talked my way out of things I should not have been able to talk my way out of. A guy blitzed on coke got really upset with me once, and I talked my way out of it. Oh, I mean getting beat up in the game. MRE. Oh, I got an MRE in here. Can I go to bed now? My mentality in this game is that it autosaves every 10 minutes. Or it should by default. It does autosave. So if I die, I die. Well, I have 43 energy, so... Oh, I can't save. I can't even back out to save right now. Huh. Where's the light switch? There. Wash your filthy hands. Oh. Aww. I better clean up in here, too. What is that? Oh, just some scrap. Metal scrap by the sounds of it. Alright, you. So now that I've partially cleaned the bathroom. Okay, well. So this is how I die. Why is that open? Oh, how's the download? 40%. Oh, wow, those really drifted. There. Let's see how many others shit the bed. Yankee. Whiskey. Golf. Okay, that's much better. Well, my report is now no good, so I won't worry about that. Actually, what I'll do... I'll pull up the notepad. Regenerate my report. Charlie, Papa, Nova... Oh my god, I just went to those yesterday. Where were they yesterday? I mean, okay, admittedly, I didn't go to Charlie, but... Oh, that needs a fixin'. Wait a minute. I have 2 drives in here. Take. Okay. Take. Oh god, yeah, okay. I already had 3. So all I need to do is make the report. What makes me feel better in this game is a line from a 2007 film called Mongol. All Mongols feared thunder because they thought Tengri was angry. Temujin was caught in a storm once and had nowhere to hide, so he no longer feared the storm. Oh, just by being exposed to it and learning what it what it can and cannot do to you. By understanding it, you're no longer afraid of it. No, he adopted the if I die attitude. Oh, I see. Whatever happens, happens. Okay, so it's still dark out. That's my takeaway. You know, I wouldn't say yeah. There was a knock at the door. Oh, that was in-game, was it? Oh. Maybe there's a package at the door. Oh, hey! I can save again. Yeah, I'm going to bed. I've got the 3 drives. I've got the what's it? I've got my 3 drives. I can do my report in the morning. I need my sleep. Ah, I lost power, didn't I? Son of a bitch. God damn it. Well, I need to get power back. Shit. I lost a transformer. Alright. Let's give our little friend a pet. Is it in the mailbox? Is it in the trash? I don't think they brought me anything, but... Oh, shit. Alright. I don't think I can control any of the computers to update my location, can I? Nope, so it's shot. Okay. So I'll have to... You're right, I have to follow the power line. Okay, so it's this one. And away we go. Oh, I'm getting some poor connectivity now, so... If I start cutting in and out, someone let me know. You know, there's one thing I just didn't account for, and that was, now that everybody is back from TwitchCon, everybody wants to hop back on streaming and, like, talk about their experiences there and whatnot. And, Twitch's servers are probably overloaded, and because I'm, you know, I don't have any affiliation or partnership, I don't get priority, so if they have to drop someone's packets, they're gonna drop mine. And it's not some evil oppressor thing or whatever, it's just I gotta prioritize the people who make the money, and I do not make the money. Maybe I should. Maybe I should do some paperwork and see if I can get part of that. Because then I could start doing things with bits. That seems like a fun idea. But then I'd have to figure out what kind of things I want to do with bits. Oh, here's a perfectly good monitor. Well, I mean, while I'm out and about, I could probably... Charlie, Papa, and November. Well, there's a dish. Is there another one nearby? Ooh, that one's closer. Well, shit dumb luck. Did I lose 2? No. There's... Did 2 go down? Boy, wouldn't that be a tremendous pain in the ass? Alright. Why did that drop to 14? Yeah, you have to hit that button multiple times, don't you? Nope, still down. Okay, so I have 2 downed Transformers. What the hell? God, this old guy just can't get a break. Shit. Okay. I'm gonna have snack. And I have to think. Alright. So I'm gonna have to go back to the power relay there. Right, the acorns. Let's go back to the power relay and see what the other one was that shit the bed. Unbelievable. I can't believe this shit. But yeah, you know, my thought process is just, I know it's I'm very, very late on bringing the subject back up of programming, but I guess the question is, do you want to learn programming for yourself, or do you want to learn programming to, like, get a job or get money? Because if you want to do it for yourself, I'd say, like, the best thing to do is find a language. My goal is to make games in my spare time. Windows games? Or, like, platform-independent games? Because if you make Windows games, one thing that I was taught to write games in was C#. And if you write games in C#, then using C# works generally the best, because then you can write for Windows and for Xbox. If I do it in Unity engine, I will be using C#. And, like, I'm probably a little bit biased because I was, like, trained in it at the Polytechnic I went to. But, like, I like how C# is laid out. Oh! So I have to come back and fire all those up, huh? Alright. I don't know if you went the Rust route. I don't know what, like, engines and development environments let you make, like, full-blown games in Rust. If you want to see somebody programming and who's, like, an actual subject matter expert in programming, I feel I need to shout them out, because they are... is L:'Q. Nice fella, does programming all the time, and they are actually making a game in Rust. My more immediate goal is Python to use RenPy for a visual novel. Rust is more a curiosity. No, that's fair, that's fair. So if any of you are interested in programming and want to see somebody like actually do it in real time, L:Q is the best I think one to see, especially if you want just like a nice laid back time. Now for all right, let's go back to Papa. Yeah, that's what I had to do. So I needed to fix those receivers. Alright, Charlie, Papa, November. And what systems shit the bed again? Was it Papa that shit the bed? Yankee, Whiskey, and Golf. My interest in Rust is that it could replace C++ in Unreal Engine due to memory management. So, what I've maybe I'm not the best person to provide these recommendations, but I've said to people in the past, if they wanted to like do it to make money, they could probably do Python or like maybe JavaScript or something, because those give you like those are in high demand, which means you can get a good paycheck for it. If you're doing it for yourself, I'd say whatever has the best community support, which some say is Python. I haven't looked enough to like say myself what I think is best, but like I decided to do Python. Sorry, Rust. I felt like doing Rust. At the moment, Python and C# are the best for making games. Yeah, I agree with that sentiment. Okay, let's get these. Let's get Yankee, Sierra, and Whiskey. I want to get these just fixed up and calibrated. Do I want to, though? Or do I want to just do this damn report? You know what? Charlie. Okay, we're gonna go to Charlie, Papa, and November, get the report done, then do the repair. That's what we're gonna do. Alright. I am going the exact opposite direction. Oh, I just ran right past it. Zero, 2, 3, 4, 5, B, D, F, A. Alright. SB target Papa. God, that tip on the SV.target has made my life so much easier. A majority of my time was spent getting lost in the woods and then going to the wrong receiver and then not knowing where the right one was from where I was. And then falling down a hill. Yes. I need to go back and do another installment of figuring out Rust. As boring as it was, I enjoyed it. Does the SV.target work for the ATV? I've never tested it. We can find out at the next hop. We'll take a look. Oh. It's stuck in a very deep hole full of water next to the tango dish. You know what happened was it was the middle of the night with the ATV, and then I was fatigued, and so I fell off of it, and then it rolled away somewhere. And, I didn't have the... Oh, that is not gonna happen. And I couldn't find it, and I was kind of just getting desperate, so I just crawled back to the base. This has happened to me, but fortunately I had the headlights on. I did not have the headlights on. That was a failing on my part. How the hell am I supposed to get up there? We go up this way. Oh. Ow. Owie. And that's when it saves. I lost the ATV while drunk once and never bothered to go look for it during a playthrough last year. Stopped drinking since then, though. You know, one thing that I really enjoy now is non-alcoholic beer, because I love beer. And actually for a while I started getting into brewing, and I was getting some recipes made to try and spin a brewery up, because where I lived, they were trying an economic diversification program, and were like giving people like a leg up to spin up breweries. But what happened was I had a rule, and the rule was if it doesn't pass my standards, no one's touching it. So two things happened. One, I had a massive amount of money being spent with none coming in, because well, where did my book go? I lost my book. I must have lost it when I fell and never picked it back up. I'm screwed. Actually, you know what? SV.target vehicle. Well, it took it. Polish drink. Not as popular as Poland in the last 40 years, though it's still sold there. Oh yes, I think you've mentioned kvass before. So, in my case, what happened was COVID hit, they repealed it, and I got this massive GI issue that nobody could get to the bottom of, and they said, well, as part of troubleshooting, like as part of like diagnostics and troubleshooting, like what your problem is. I'm using the wrong term. The medical advisement was stop brewing, no more alcohol at all. GI, yeah, gastrointestinal, yeah. So at that point they said, you can't brew. So I had to put a, well, not put a pin in it. I had to kind of give it up. But what I was getting at is one of the things that made me really happy was people introducing alcohol-free beer. Oh, there's my book. Alright, let's go find that vehicle. It could be the yeast. The trouble with brewing yourself is that you may have used a strong yeast strain. I was using strong yeast strains because I could not cool the... I couldn't cool the building enough. Often commercial beers filter to remove the yeast, which I wasn't doing. I was fermenting in bottle to carbonate, which meant I couldn't. And... oh, well, thank you for the follow. Now Push. Thank you for enabling my bad life choices. There's a lot of places you could follow, but you chose here. I appreciate it very much. Oh, where's the ATV? Hey, there's the ATV! Okay, so we went to Papa. Next is November. Oh, and the headlights were on. It was just butted up against a tree. Hey, no problem. There we go. All this time, I had no idea. Health, 77. Alright. 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 Well, I found it. It was rammed up against a tree, so its headlights were on. The tree was just blocking it. Oh, I goofed her. Let me try that again. There we go. Everything else here looks alright. So now we need... Okay, so next was Papa. So let's write that down before I forget. Notepad, hold. Papa. 1, 5, F, 6, 4, A, C, 3, A, 7. Sauerkraut may assist you with GI. You know, I do like my sauerkraut. Right, so circling back here, now that I remember what I was talking about now with the GI thing. So one of the things they said was no alcohol. And so my little workaround is they didn't say I couldn't have alcohol-free beer. And now that all of the craft breweries around where I live, when they started getting their benefits taken away as part of when the diversification program got canceled, they pivoted to supplying alcohol-free beer so that people who, don't drink can still a beer. Which I think is pretty great, and I enjoy them quite a bit still. Alright, so let's go... Oh right, I dropped my notebook again. November. When was the DEI program canceled? It was canceled about... let's see. Probably 2020, I think? It was when a change of government happened. Okay, so it's November. SB target November. Alright. It is 5. I'll take a quick nap. Because my energy's really low. Yeah, and honestly, I have not had the happiest guts for a very long time. I'm gonna be honest, I know it's gonna, maybe, rustle Jimmy's for some, but personally, I think what happened was I might have ingested, or it might be a side effect of, getting COVID. Because there was, for a while, concern about impact of ingesting it rather than respirating it. A lot of DEI stuff is being canceled in the last 2 months, particularly in the software and dev industry. That was another economic diversification attempt they did. Alright, let's see. Let me see. November. November's over here. So we're gonna go to November. So I was curious when it ended in the beer industry, see if two are related. Seems not. Yeah, I'll have to get more specific dates. If you're really curious. But, I'm kind of doing this off of memory. And I got a confession. My memory of VIC-20 has more memory than I do. And has more reliable memory than I do. It probably needs to be refreshed less than mine does. Oh. Oh, I better hurry up or I'm gonna be stuck here at night. I had a really cool recipe too. My recipe was, it used, forbidden rice. And so, actually, yeah, so it used forbidden rice. The trade-off was, well, one of the side effects of it, I should say, was that it was a fairly expensive grain bill, but it was really nutritious, which is a weird thing for me to say. But it circled back to like a traditional thing about beer, which is that it was originally made as like a staple, staple meal piece. One, 3, C, 2, 7, 1, 3, 1, 3, 8. Beer is too commercial and strong these days. Yes, and that was the point of like beer back in like early days. Was it was a way to provide nourishment quickly, easily, and in a way that was pleasant. So one thing that I wanted to do with the recipe was give it like a really high nutritional content while still being like tasty and still being like what beer is like. And yeast too strong and invasive. Yes, that's another thing too. I better save here. I am gonna biff it, aren't I? Oh, okay, we're okay. I have made it. So, here's the other thing, too. I gotta adjust an audio thing here. Sorry, just a moment. There. We'll adjust that. Sorry. Okay. Sorry, I have things that are running in the background, but, sometimes they get a bit too loud. In Finland, teens like to use turbo yeast and sugar to brew in a beer brewing to make Kiju a sugar wine. About 20% alcohol, I think, 15 to 20. Yeah, we call that sugar wash, where you just, you take like a kilogram of sugar to like 6 gallons of water. Like, you take the largest denomination of sugar you can buy, which is this giant sack, and then you get you can dissolve it into like 6 gallons of... Did the power cut again? No. I just cannot see to save my life. rice. Now I can't see anything. Yeah, and I'm... Where the hell's the light? I'm in trouble. From a time when beer made sense. Yeah, so the point of it was I made it using forbidden rice. And why I chose it is it has like a really high nutritional content. And it's pitch black. God, I hate the motor sound. But when you brew with it, it turns into this this brown, or like a tan color. Oh, there's the light switch. Okay, what time is it? 2000. Okay. We are ready to go. From the store in-game, you buy a light that's not powered by the grid. Oh yeah, that's this one up here. That one's on all the time. So I'm going to use that one to navigate shortly. But yeah, so the whole point of it was if you brew with it heavily, it turns the beer like a dark brown. But if you brew with it lightly, it's got the same material in it. Where is my notebook? No. When I biffed it, I dropped my notebook. Alright, well, that report's not getting done. So it's more rich in vitamin B, yes? Yes, it is. And one of the other neat things about it is it's got the same material that purple cabbage uses. Oh, where did my light go? Wall light. Hold. And one of the fun things that like tea makers will do with something like cabbage or that compound is it changes color based on the like acidity or alkalinity. So one of the things I was trying to figure out was it possible to make a beer that pairs with citrus and changes color when you add in the slice of lemon? But I couldn't get that far. But frankly, it would have been easier to just brew with cabbage. The Belgians do something like this, but with orange. Yes, we have a particular brand here called Belgian Moon. And it's a wheat beer with a heavy amount of, like, orange. I'm gonna need to order more food. Alright, now I can get to sleep. But the neat thing about brewing with this compound is, like I was mentioning, you can make it change its color depending on how acidic or alkaline it is. Which is like, with cabbage, you can kind of use it as like a quick and dirty pH tester. If you dunk a purple cabbage into acid, I think it turns from purple to pink. So what you can do, well, what I was trying to do is make it so that when you brewed the beer, it would have like it would be a purplish hue. But then when you added like lemon, it would turn the beer pink. But I never got the mixture right before I had to put a pin in it. I mean, tea brewers do that. They'll sometimes, except they don't brew with forbidden rice. They brew with maybe the answer is to use orange and lemon. I mean, for the flavor, but not for the color changing bit. Like tea brewers, or not tea brewers. What is it called? Somebody who makes blends of tea. There's a term for them, but I forget it right now. What they sometimes do is they'll make a blend. Is they'll make a blend of tea, and then they'll put purple cabbage in it, so that when the tea steeps, it turns purple. And then they'll tell you, oh, mix a bit of lemon in it, and when you do, the cup of tea that was previously purple changes to pink, like on the fly. All right, I better order food. Yeah, there's me. Fail the report. Yep. Blank. Yeah. I. U. Okay. E. E-I. T. S. Oh, O-T-S. Damn it. I'm gonna need to order food here, quick. Starting to go cuckoo. Cuckoo banana pants. Store. We're gonna order pizza, because I can actually afford that now. And you know what? Just because it's funny to me that somebody gets irritated, I'm gonna order a pineapple pizza. And we're gonna order coffee chocolate bar. And that should be 40, 50, 65. Okay. This is the event where you need to look at the sky to the northeast. Oh, do they get, does the character get sick of one type? Where's the light for this hallway? Oh, it's in the receptionist area. There we go. Okay, so let's see. Northeast. God damn it. The teal thing. Event is finished. Oh. Did I do good, or am I dead? Okay, I'm gonna have an emergency snack. Not enough points. Shit. Okay, I have the pizza. We're okay. We're okay. I'm just gonna set it up here. Pizza. Drop. Open. The wrong way. Okay. Okay. Ooh. The problem with the event is simply that you can't pause or save until you look at the teal triangle in the sky. Okay, so that teal thing was the... Okay, I did see that earlier. I just didn't know if that was the thing. But since you've done that, it's no longer a problem. Would it be... maybe I shouldn't ask that, because it might spoil it. Alright, let's drop what I have here. R. The wall light. Drop. Replace. Hold. So grab. There. So now what I will do is I failed the report. Hotel Victor Sierra. The only consequences of the event is you can't make the event go away until looking at the triangle. Ah, I get you. I just gotta step away really quick to get a glass of water. My throat's getting dry, and I've just run out. So don't go too far. We will be back. I won't need to put it on hold. I won't be gone that long. Alright, thanks for being patient, everybody. Okay. Hotel Victor Sierra. Let's see what servers shit the bed. Maybe Hotel Victor or Sierra. Oh, Sierra was one that had shit the bed earlier. No, Sierra's fine. Okay, now Foxtrot's down. God, these things just are not staying up. It's getting difficult. Okay, that one is done. Where'd my drive go? save. What does it sound like? It is 6 a.m. Not enough time for spooky shit. For dishes, your options are to spend 500 credits on a Kerfer or spend points to upgrade dish stability. Though I don't remember what cost for that is. I think the Kerfer's a better investment. I do not know what a Kerfer is. But this is a cool sound, and this goes for a while. No wonder this took so long to download. Sounds really cool. That seems a little too... Kerfer is a robot that fixes the servers. Oh. Wow. That is oddly... Although in version 0.8, pathfinding is no longer correct. Oh. You need to take over and direct it in the right way. That is an interesting pattern. This doesn't look like noise at all. It's kind of interesting. It's got a... Wait, isn't there an upgrade to, or a module for... like a signal or like a spectrogram? Oh. It gets snagged because the foundations of the dishes were raised. Actually, the foundations are the same, but the terrain was reshaped. Oh, I see. That's nice. I like it. The aliens are singing. That makes me sound like the most incompetent boob in science. And I'm like, oh, the aliens are singing. It's like, no, that's just how they sound. That's a hell of a cultural assumption to make. How do you even know that they sing? How do you know that's just not how they sound when they operate? That just sounds like singing. I wonder if... Yeah, you know what? I'll just keep going. The foundation is too high in some spots around the pathfinding and the pathfinding hasn't been updated to compensate. Otherwise, a ramp would be placed at certain points to fix this. So pathfinding would probably be a faster way to fix this. You know, now that you mention it, something in the store said that... something in the store mentioned ramps to help Kerfers when they get stuck. Okay. I need to get a notebook. Where's my notebook? Hold. Oh, there's a drive under there. Hotel Victor Sierra. Okay, so I'm gonna check the transformers before I get posed. At, TR. Check. TR. Okay. Transformer 2 is about to conk out again. That is a long-ass transmission, I must say. It looks too structured to be just random noise. Yeah, that is far too structured. Alright, let's go to... Should be light enough outside now. Need to get more pizza, though. Okay, we'll get that report, then hopefully we'll have the money. Oh right, I'm at TR2. That's what I need. That's what I did. I ran to get TR2 fixed before we lose power again. Okay, so my goal tonight is get this report sent. That is my goal. And then what we'll do is we'll find someone to raid over to cool our heels for the rest of the night. Anything else in here of value? No, doesn't look like it. What I will do, though, is move shit out of the way. Because if Kerfers can go fix satellites, I bet they can go fix transformers, too. So if they're robots, I don't know if they're going to trip on that shit or not. Alright. Nearest dish is... The transformer and upgrade Kerfer is the only one that can do it. Oh, so they have upgrades, eh? Okay. So, we don't have to do anything with X-Ray, I just want its console. Well, I don't think I'm anywhere to the point where uranium's been introduced to me. Hotel. SR target hotel. SV target hotel. There's so many ways to represent server. There's SR, SV, SVR, SRV. Uranium core is out there and can be gotten right now, in fact. I don't want to... That might be another stream thing to find the uranium. But, like, we are at the 4-hour mark, so I would like to get the report done. Or a cardboard box. Hazmat suit is required. Yeah, and I don't have any of those things. But maybe that's another stream time. Because we're already over time. And I'm actually giving a little bit of breathing room to finish the report because we had a late start. We had a late start and a bit of a false start because we were going to play another game, but it conked out. An update happened, and the update caused a lot of regressions, and we couldn't play it, so we lost about half an hour. If you put the core quickly in the box, you may survive. But I think you get cancer. I think there are pills for that. I saw those in the store, actually. I knew there was something involving cancer when they were talking about the cancer pills. It's a lead-lined cardboard box. Just get a bunch of... Stick a bunch of lead pipes in there. Glue them on, duct tape them on the sides. Drop it upside down on the core and then just push it back to base. SV hash. Zero, 7, F9, 7, A, 5, 5, 1, C. Alright. SV, target, Victor. You know, if you paint yourself with enough lead paint, you'll be fine. Says the man with no experience with radioactive materials. If it's good enough for the walls, it's good enough for me. Why is there all these logs around? I don't get it. That's Papa. So Victor must be down here. I think clothing alone and a respirator is enough to shield from alpha and beta. Gamma, not so much. That's fair. Getting, you know, a little bit of radiation's good for you. Builds character. Two, 1, 8, B, 1, 8, 0, 4, F5. You know, this reminds me of a story, the 0 here. Because I do a lot, because I'm from like an IT and telecom background, I make an effort to strike my zeros. Because when you have O and 0, 40 centimeter thick layer of lead will do it. My 40 centimeter thick layered jeans. Thick leaded jeans. But part of my, because you work with a lot of O's and zeros and serial numbers, might have one or the other. Did I point to Sierra? The dry cleaner. There's a dry cleaner I used to go to at my old job. SV target. Sierra. They called me very frustrated. And they said, Mr. Ingalls, you have new blazers here, and you've not picked them up. It's been a year and a half. When am I getting my $60 fucking dollars? And I'm like, who are you? And they're like, oh yeah, we're such and such dry cleaners. You dropped off these 2 jackets like a year and a half ago. We've been calling you and nobody's answering. You know what it was? I wrote my phone number, and my phone number has like 3 zeros in it. And so I strike the zeros through. So they thought that I corrected to a 1. So they were calling this random guy who was getting progressively angrier at them, saying, no, I'm not Henry Ingalls. These are not my clothes. Leave me alone. And so for a year, I forgot I sent those blazers in. What I do instead of buying like big fancy pants professionals clothes is I'll buy like suits and blazers. I'll specifically buy blazers from like thrift stores, and then I just get them cleaned and tailored to my arms. And it's cheaper than going to like a big fancy suit shop and getting something from theirs. So yeah, for like a year and a half, they've been trying to find who I was, like where I was. So I went and got the... So like 2 or 3 days ago, I went to go pick them up. Paid the poor sod their $60. I go to put it on. Sleeves aren't right. Their face just goes red. Like you can take the 1 jacket back, but you better come next Friday for this one, I swear to God. Okay. You gonna remember my phone number? You know what it is? Like, I know now. I hope so. Yeah, it's a habit. I sometimes just go to the thrift store if I need to, like, drop some stuff off, or, like, a lunch period, and, like, lunchtime, and I don't need to do anything. I'll swing into a thrift store, because sometimes they have something that needs rescue. I say, tongue-in-cheek, like. Like, man, there was one time they had a thrift store had a Bell and Howell reel-to-reel projector. And they had it documented as a sewing machine, because they didn't know what it was. That thing, that's like a 1920s reel-to-reel, like, movie projector? That's amazing. So I fixed up the... It was a purely it's a purely electromechanical thing with just a single light bulb. The rest is just electromechanics. And by electromechanics, I mean it's just a bunch of over-ruggedized clockwork and a big fuck-off 120-volt motor. But just that and a light bulb. And it ran great. So I got that thing cleaned up and had it put into like a fundraiser. Saved it from the dump. So it's sometimes fun to do that, but that also means I go to drop shit off and then I end up bringing in more than I dropped off. One 8366381A5. Okay, I can send this report off. Once I do that, then the next thing we'll figure out is... Actually, can I go SV hash alpha? Because on the map it shows my base as A, so I assume that's alpha. If I go SV target alpha, do I get... Yup. The base is alpha. Once we get this done, get the report sent, get paid, then we can figure out how to wrap up and figure out who to raid to and cool our heels off for a little while. So I'm gonna take a look myself at who's on and who we should hang out with for a little while. But I do also take suggestions. I may not necessarily act on them, but I do appreciate them, and I will take a look. We'll take a look if people feel there's somebody who needs a little more love. Someone who deserves to have some viewership. I'm willing to check them out too. Don't want to lose another notebook the same way I did last time. Run off a cliff, eat shit, and then lose my notebook. We're gonna get paid. We're gonna get so much paid. And there. Offline. Did the radio tower shit the bed? I better save. I always fall off the ladder. RAO 1111. I'll take a look here. So I've never watched his streams. That's kind of one of the risky things, right? When it's somebody you don't know, you can raid in and give them a pleasant surprise, but then it's like, oh, what if they're really terrible? I just picked the only VTuber with the least views. Well, alright. That's fair. We'll take a quick check on them when, non-VTuber. That's fine. That's fair. I can, take a check and see how they are. I'm sure they're fine, but, you know how some... That's just one of the things I think of me being a streamer I'd have to navigate anyway. Raid into somebody, and what happens if they're not so great? Well, oh well. I'm worrying about nothing. This is part of something I just gotta figure out on my own, is like how to navigate people. I wouldn't say I'm socially inept, but trying to figure out people, how they work in the modern era. That's a thing I gotta do. I actually like this one better. Roman and the Empire. He has a webcam. Oh, okay. And I like his name better. Okay, so we have one vote, and I'm gonna check as well. So I'll check as well if there's folks there's someone on my end as well, and then we'll make a decision on who to raid over to. Right, that's from upstairs. Alright. Let's see what the result is. We get an email coming in? Did I screw up the package? Oh, there it is. Seems fine. 75 points. Plus 75 points. Packaging is 45 points. Been sent to account balance. Weird. It's noisy, but it sounds kind of weird. Not sure if I want to know what it is. Alright. So, frame. That was another one. Machines. Frame. And that gets me money. We'll order a frame. And once we unpack that... I'm starving again. RE, hold. Okay, we're good. Okay, so before I got a shit kicking, I was trying to hook this frame up to an outlet, and I had a very hard time with it. Oh. Come on. Oh. There it is. That, that is a thing. Yes. We'll just put it next to the coal. And this outlet. Okay, grab. It goes on fire and explodes if you put more than 8 graphics cards on there without fans. Well, I don't think I can afford one. So if we go use, cannot claim points. Efficiency 10%. There we go. Most people like to put it on the in the security office because of the noise. Which one's the security office? Oh, the reception area. Is there an outlet in here? Oh yeah, there's one right there. Well, I don't see a problem with it now. Let's see. So I got 13 points left. For now, it's quiet. I imagine it gets louder as more GPUs go in. Let's see how much one of those costs. GPU. Or is it a card? Miscellaneous? Okay, all. Card. GPU. GPU board 200. Oh, okay. Can be used to upgrade the frame. Okay, okay. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Okay. Well, that's a later time. We should save. So we got a lot done. I learned a lot. sv.ping. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 more shit the bed. Of course they did. Why wouldn't they? Let's spend some on an upgrade before I wrap up. I think, okay, what can I spend 10 points on? Sensor speed. I can spend... Well, what do you know? Okay, so now I can do success rate or speed. I think success rate. There. Okay. Let's save. Looking at the giant pile of trash. I'm sure there's some symbolism here. It's just not coming to me. And let us switch on over to old. All right. So let's have a. Oh, let's put. Oh, now you gotta put the hold music back here. Hold. All right. So, to summarize today, we had a bit of a late start, because one of my pieces of software I use for event handling was a little uppity. That didn't got that going, so I was late to start. We were gonna play Satisfactory, but there was an update, and when I applied the update, it caused some pretty bad regression, which I couldn't get around. So at that point, we decided to well, we tried Plan B, and Plan B was Voices of the Void. And if that had conked out, we would have been hosed. I basically would have had to have backed out. Backed out for the night. So it's good that we didn't get... It's good that that didn't happen. I'm actually really glad that didn't happen. Oh, you know what? There's actually somebody I would like to raid into who I haven't in a while, and they're good shit. They're nice. They are nice people, good people. I wanna raid into them too, 'cause they deserve it as well. And I'm sorry, I took your suggestion there, Eastern Europe, and then I kind of overrode it. Sorry about that. This fella's name is Excalibur. You. I changed my mind about that guy. Oh, is he, so it's okay. Well, that's good, that's good. I hate to be an asshole, you know, like asking people's opinion and then just like promptly disregarding it. But, I mean, I try and make an effort to make people's voices heard around, so But, yes, Excalibur's a nice fella. He deserves the support. He's fun. He's a sweetheart. Let me get EXKALIB. Let me just copy paste it because I know I'm gonna butcher. I know I'm gonna typo it. If anybody's gonna fat finger it and botch up a raid, it's me. So, let's get that put in. So, thank you all for coming by. I appreciate it a lot. There was tons of ways to spend your night, and you chose to spend it here. So, let's raid on over to Excalibur. He's playing Resident Evil. Nice spooky game to start the spooky month. So as always, I'm not going to tell you what to do, so I'm not going to tell you to stay out of trouble, but all I ask is that if you do get in trouble, you make sure it's the good kind of trouble. And you all stay safe out there, and we'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye for now.